Treasury yields retreat from highs as oil prices slump.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? Oh boy. Eh, Probably pulling back to VWAP would be my guess, and then one more leg up. Probably what's gonna happen. We'll see. Excuse me.
Ukraine bonds climb as US and Russia set to plan deal.
Good bounce so far off of previous 15. I think we have probably one more leg down, and then we can try to attempt to go back up again. Just gonna watch NQ into our 15-minute VWAP, or just our even our 30 is fine. Just gonna watch as we push down into this. NQ a bit weaker. ES pulling back again, just a POC off of this candle. Watching this zone here.
S&P 500 Energy Index quickly pairs gain to 0.6%. Also a reminder, in about 4 minutes time, we're expecting to hear from Fed's Muslim, where text is expected, and Q&A. We'll see if we can get a video and pop that on the feed for you as well.
Some absorption into 51 on NQ. I'll watch for a reoffer there. All right, let's see what they do here. You need to see a very clear ability to push above this. Is ES into our value high on retest and into POC of previous candle. Looking for potential sell side to step in here. We need to see NQ really show interest above this 51 on retest if we're going to hold, or we are going to trap here and then rotate down again. Mm-mm.
1 minute to go now to Fed's Muslims comments. Again, on banking and credit. Still trying to find a video as well. Ten seconds.
This is where ES has to breach, or this is going to be
So
a
far,
very clear
nothing's been
lower high.
released from Fed's Muslim. Remember, text is expected.
Good bid so far on NQ on flip on 51. That looks okay. Just waiting on ES to see if it's going to be able to push over POC of previous candle, or if this holds offer for lower high. We have some weakness on Russell that's allowing this little divergence between NQ and ES.
So you saw your futures fall more than $1 to session low of $62.77 on report that the US and Russia plan a truce deal.
Just watching for this. Potential leg down if we can't get over. For NQ, similar thing. This needs to go resistance if we're gonna head down, or this will hold supportive. And then we'll go up. That platform's like completely frozen. Damn. Yikes. We're I think we're just waiting on Russell. We can hold view up here and find a nice bounce back over day open. We're in an okay spot for continuation. But if Russell has some weakness here, can't get back over day open, and yes, can't get over 406 and hold like we just did on NQ, I could see us needing to do one more leg down just to come back down into this like 95. But if we can hold here, right, from this, find a higher low, share this interest above, then I think we can probably take out highs, just like we're doing on NQ, right? Very similar move, look above, and then trying to push into highs. But we need Russell to show a little bit more strength. So as we push into day open here, just watch to see interactions. If this continues to just make these lower highs, I don't know if ES is going to be able to get it, right? So we need Russell's support with NQ continuing to push up for this move to happen. So watch this look above, and let's see if we can hold it. This is NQ pushing into target from our flip. Let's see if ES
Heads
can
up,
do the
that's
same thing
Muslim
here.
currently speaking live now. It doesn't seem to be a video publicly anywhere of this.
NQ and ES pushing into first targets here. This is our reversion zone on PZ as well as our value high here. ES also pushing into target after flipping our pivot, just like we were watching for on NQ. Same thing was able to occur here, flipping up. Russell still flat, so I'm not sure if we get a ton more with Russell flat and still weak. We'll see, but this is a great first risk off into, again, our first target here. And if we can get more, amazing. If not, totally understandable. We might need to build this out a bit. See what happens. I'd love to see us take out highs. NQ still leading up. So as long as NQ has momentum, we don't really need Russell to follow for ES to continue pushing, like Tech and Harry. But it would be very nice for overall, market speed and trend to just be like, oh, okay, everything's moving up together. This feels good. Let's go. So let's see if VWAP can continue to remain supportive, and if we can get over day open, I'll feel a lot more comfortable in this trend. If it can't, again, it's fine as long as NQ continues to push. As soon as NQ stops pushing and RTY is also going down, right? Like the market doesn't have any strength whatsoever, and we shouldn't expect it to continue. We should expect sell side to step in. So again, this looks good so far. Holding our flips and taking out highs, so it looks okay to me. I'm going to risk off 1 here on ES into 411, and then just leave a runner, 406 average on the flip. Just playing off of our what we have drawn on screen. So this is a great example of playing risk, stopping, understanding invalidation, flipping long, and then right, like our short trade is break even because we've taken profit, and now we're in
Trade
a
Social
fully
says
profitable
tariffs are
runner.
having a huge positive impact on the stock market.
This is NQ into ADR. Not sure how much more room we
Tesla
have.
shares
We'll have to
extend gains
see.
session high up as much as 3.8%.
Yeah, sorry boys that you can't trade this. Unfortunate. Let's see if we get the secondary leg here on our highs at 410 for that rotation up to 16.
As Muslim says, economic activity appears stable and not now increasing or decreasing. Muslim says bankers report that funding pressures have diminished and credit quality is good. And we're hearing that the economic activity is stable. Muslim says that businesses continue to report a shortage of skilled labor.
So Russell into day open now. It held VWAP. Need to show interest back over like 36, but if we can do that, then we have full market participation on the move up, which would be great. If we can't get over this day open to value high, that's when we can start to run into a loss of momentum again. So really just going to be paying attention to this edge as we push in.
Muslim says that firms remain cautious on capital spending and hiring.
See what we can do. Hopefully we keep going. Again, this is NQ ADR. Just watching to see if we get one more leg up.
As Muslim says businesses are using different strategies to adapt to tariff, including cost cutting and negotiating with suppliers.
Just in runner.
Muslim says that companies are not yet resorting to layoffs to reduce costs.
Is he seeing the same data we are? No layoffs, he says. That's crazy.
Muslim says that Muslim says businesses that are most dependent on imports are passing along costs. Those closer to consumers are less likely to raise prices so far.
If you're on Top Step, make sure that you always have a stop. Always. Because if it freezes again, you do not want to be in a situation where all of your work's gone and they're like, here, I'm sorry for our mistake. Here's a free reset. Like that solves your issue, right? So just please be careful. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like a free reset is going to solve your, like the weeks you've been putting into your account.
Fed's Muslim says the Fed is now missing on its inflation target, but not missing on its employment mandate, labor market around full employment.
So Russell weakness at day open, NQ weakness at ADR.
Fed's Muslim says that I'm looking ahead, looking ahead, there is a risk that the Fed may miss on both inflation and employment with downside risks to jobs.
Just coming back to our entry here on ES.
Muslim adds that likely that most of the impact of tariffs on the inflation side will fade. Muslim adds that, but there is a reasonable probability that there may be some inflation persistence.
Let's see what they do here. I'd like them to at least reoffer those highs. This is RTY back to VWAP after rejecting day open.
Muslim says that the labor market is in balance, but the economic activity has been weaker, and that poses risks to jobs. Most likely, tariff inflation boost will be short lived. Fed's Muslim says that the Fed is balancing risks on both sides of its mandates right now. And companies are using different strategies to adapt to tariffs, including cost cutting and negotiating with suppliers.
We have a minute 20 until new 15s. We've just pulled back to our support on ES. Russell back to VWAP. Just this little oscillation that we're doing, showing us weakness and strength at our edges. Just waiting to see if this is going to be a very clear lower high, like we were looking
Muslim
for
says data
here, or if
integrity
we
is
can
critically important
maintain
to the
and
economy.
then flip. We'll know into new 15, I think.
And labor and supply demand have cooled at the same time.
And like there's very clearly an offer at like 690, like 700 on NQ. So we just watch to see if this can hold above at all, or if this is going to continue to just hold a lower offer. Right, because we've pulled back this buyer here. Now it's a matter of, is this seller who's sitting above going to offer at a lower point, starting a downtrend, right, for a push down to support again? Or can we show interest now that we've retested our buyer and start to show interest above our highs for a continuation up? Same thing on ES.
Says growth below potential poses a risk to the labor market.
Right. We bounced where we needed to, but if this can't maintain these lows, then we'll flip again and then look to play down. If this can hold, we just need to show interest back above for continuation up. So opening at value low on this candle so far. On ES.
So that concludes comments from Fed's Muslim then.
Alright, here's our test to see if this flip holds on reoffer. Back to POC of our buy-side candle. We have pushed back below. We failed to get over our 408 NQ. It's a great first risk off if you are playing off of the reoffer here at 690. Let's see if we can hold below 71 now for that continuation. And that should be able to then continue downtrend. NQ next target is 58, and then probably 34. Just watching reoffers now on this look below. All right, and this is your secondary leg down on NQ following pathing. This is a great first or second risk off, depending on your location of trade. If you're playing off of 70, great first risk off. If you're playing off of 90, great secondary risk off here into 50s. If we can push below this, we should have one more leg down into like 34. So we'll see what happens here. But this just pushed right to target. Taking off a little bit more here on NQ. This is PVZ, POC, and value high, as well as our VWAP in this area. Again, just watching to see if this is going to hold. This is kind of my target here. It's just into this area. This is like 34 to, I don't know, 48. Doesn't really, just anything in here can be a potential inflection point. So really want to see if we are able to hold or if we get more here. Sell side sitting at 60 above. So we can watch for a bit of a reoffer there. New 15s opening now. This is just this same, if you're on a ES, it's just our pivot, right? So this is the same target that we're looking for here on the flip. That wasn't obvious. Just watching to see how we interact here into this low. And Q still just holding where it needs to. Again, this is going to be a pretty important inflection point for short term. It's going to be very bouncy here until we can flip below 40s and start to offer it. But that's your full pathing on ES from our downside move. Need to get below like 95 for anything more. It definitely has room, but we might need to come back up into like 60 to 70 to offer on NQ before we actually get a next leg. We'll see. Offer City at 70 on NQ. Again, we're just watching to see if offer can move down here into like 60 to 70, or if this is going to flip from the same support. Or sorry, if it's just going to hold from our same support where we took our original long. Let's see what happens here as we push back into this. If this can flip and hold and I don't really see much. Right, nothing has changed about our lower support. Demand is still where it was before. Is ES testing our 406, previous POC, watching to see if we hold below or if this continues to maintain. Again, just watching to see if we can flip these pivots or if offer's going to remain in a really tight range here. We want to show interest over 670 for upside on NQ. We push back below this 50 to 40, then I'm thinking downside is on the table. But until then, right, like it's just looks like balance to me until we figure out directionality. Good morning, good morning. Balance persisting, highs remaining intact, back down to our lows where our POCs are sitting here on NQ. No changes yet. No flip of pivots. Just holding. Or see if we find a bid here again, or if this will rotate below. Do I find the delta per candle useful? Are you talking about like total delta? It can be useful in context. Yeah, definitely. Like if you have a like a delta histogram, that's showing you the delta differential between each candle from like total deltas, as well as it's an okay stat by itself, but having a bit more context with it is definitely what you're looking for. So you're basically watching for here. Let me see if I can find. I've got an image for you. Let me see if I can find it. What you're looking for is like a delta flip. So you're looking for something like this, where as we're pushing into the lows or the highs, we have a taper in volume in the direction that you're going, right? So you're watching your delta, but you're also watching your total volume as well as we're pushing down into that. So these are per candle, right? These blocks. And then we'll see usually kind of a last ditch effort at the reversal. And then we're looking for an opposite direction, right? So you're seeing kind of a taper into an area, and then you're seeing a little bit of a spike, either people closing or being stopped out, and then we usually get a taper in the opposite direction within an increase. And I think that this can be incredibly useful, but by itself, it doesn't have as much merit, but in overall context, it can have a ton of merit. So like it's a great like secondary signal if used in context with other things. And you can usually see something very similar. Like if you think about like what a falling wedge looks like, I think that's probably the best way to visualize it. Um, with like actual volume, right? So like a very yeah, of course, right? But if you even think about like what a falling here, let me see if I can find my falling. Yeah, here we go. Here's an image that I made for a technical. Do you see how we have a volume ramp down on like what a falling wedge would be? And you get a bit of a spike into our lows, and then we have an uptake in volume afterwards. So it's a very similar concept, but with delta, which is a much better indicator than PA patterns. But the same kind of thing can be seen where we'll see as we're pushing down into a low, volume kind of decreasing or the demand kind of decreasing. And then we'll see a bit of a spike as people are either forced to close or secondaries step in. And then we usually have a bit of an uptake in volume afterwards or a ramp up. And that's incredibly important to actually confirm a real break to upside, right? So you can see you can apply the same logic to your deltas when we're looking at potential reversals, is kind of a fizzling out or exhaustion of that directional volume, a bit of a spike in closing and secondary stepping in to absorb into our low. And then we usually get like a positive delta spike as we are rotating up, or in the opposite direction, right? You can reverse this for negatives into our highs, but the same kind of concepts apply here. And I think that that can be incredibly useful when used in context of over a time period, right? Then all of a sudden delta becomes a lot more important, because if selling is starting to cease, then delta can be great, a great tool to confirm the move instead of just looking at candles themselves. Now you're seeing actual participants showing interest, right? Which is what's most important. Right? It's all about like understanding the overall context of the auction that you're currently in. Right, because like, again, like a singular candle isn't all that meaningful, but if you see that like over the last 30 minutes volume has been slowing down into a key level, and that we see sellers offsides and a little bit of a spike on the delta there, but a spike in negative delta into our low, and then we don't really see much more downside movement, and then we see a push into positive deltas as we're going back up. It's like, oh, okay, so there was a passive buyer there who was able to take in size, and then we had a seller probably stop out or close their position, and when they had closed their position, right, if you're selling, that means you're buying to close. So you're getting a positive delta spike because you have people marketing in, right, to close their sell position. And then you have secondary buyers starting to step in, which causes that volume or delta ramp up on the bid side. And that can kind of confirm a reversal in that direction. So it's like the overall context of like, oh, okay, yeah, like there's someone trapped in lows. We see sellers closing positions. We see secondary buyers stepping in. That confirms a reversal, or at least an attempt to reverse, right? I think like the best thing you can do is go back and watch previous days reversals and see if you can find that ramp down and then that ramp up into our edges and see if you can find a little bit of context there. Because if you can start to recognize that in real time, it's a very useful skill. But it's very hard to actually put that logic into real time. What Delta is one of those tools that until you are really good with, it's only actionable after the fact, right? In historical. So it looks amazing in historical, but in the moment, it feels a lot less comfy actually trying to trade off of it alone, like a delta histogram, because it's always moving, right, until candle close, and so you don't really have context of a reversal or a reversion until a lot of the times it feels too late without really starting to recognize those patterns early on. So it's one of those things where like you go back and look at previous days auctions and you look at the lows and you see if you can find that ramping down and that ramp up. And if you can start to recognize that pattern and what that looks like into lows, like you're going to have a much better time than trying to utilize that tool immediately, right? It's definitely like a practice kind of thing. Learn the pattern, and then like really in that reversal also being like, okay, well, what did footprint look at this time and in these previous sessions? Where were we trading on everything else? Like as soon as you get like all of that context and you are able to recognize what a good reversal looks like, and as well as the failed ones, right? Because you're going to get those ramp downs and then you're going to get those spikes and then they're going to fail, right? Like it doesn't have to play out. Just because selling is starting to taper off and buying is happening doesn't mean that buyer wins, right? It could just be a reoffer and then they slam it down again. So being able to recognize that as well, watching failed attempts is going to help out a lot. I mean, it's with anything, right? Like you have to go back and review and actually build out those libraries. But I think you're in a pretty good position to do that. You seem willing to actually review. Yeah, exactly. And that's good. Yeah, the best thing you can do for yourself is just building out that library, man. Like it's so important. You have the first thing you do is build out a visual library, right, with a trade plan and a journal, and so that you have multiple examples of what good trades look like, what bad trades look like, different strategies that you're using with lots of examples of previous market days, right? So that you have a visual bank that you can go back to and reference, and then you can then reference in your trade journal of like, this is what I was looking for, this is the setup, this is what it looked like on a previous day, and then this is what it looked like today when I tried to put that plan into action. And then over time, you're going to rely less on your visual bank, right? And it'll be more of your mental bank because you'll have those ingrained in your head and you're going to be much more comfortable playing those things. But like, that's how you're really going to accelerate your learning process, is by doing that. You can still get by without doing it, but it's going to take, easily a year or two more because you're going to have to slowly learn via pain, right? Where you're making the same mistakes over and over and over again.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the government is preparing to IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. So again, government preparing to IPO Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac later this year, according to sources cited by the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, for student loans. The government is preparing to IPO Fannie Mac or Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. That's the strangest thing I've heard in a while. Okay.
So we have posted out the full Wall Street Journal article on the feed for those interested.
Here's the article. Oh, the article's locked. Let me see if I can find a unlocked version. But here's the comments that Financial Jews posted. New 15s have opened. We are opening below POC on NQ, flat on ES, Russell at our value edge and ETH low. See what happens here, boys. We got to get over the 70 to 80 on NQ and actually show it as supportive if we want to go up, or we're trapped here. VWAP is below at 40s, so it's just this range between 40 and 80 until proven otherwise. Seller absorbing here into, or sorry, buyer absorbing into 65s right now, but if sell side starts to step down below 60, it can get a bit violent, which is what looks like they're attempting now. See our 60 reoffer here, see what they do. We need to show this lower high, or it's just going to be another full balance rotation. So I want to see the seller step in pretty aggressively and then rotate us below 40 for continuation down. Or again, like the range persists, which would be pretty boring. Alright, this is like 15 points from 60, but I would like to see more. We gotta get through this, guys. Like, it is... we continue to just balance here, it's gonna be rough. So it's not a bad first risk off, but I'd like to see it like at least 30, 35. Get me out of here. This is a great first risk off into target here into 35. Let's see if we can push below or if this is all we get. I'd like to see one more leg down now. If we can hold like 45 to 50 on retest, if we get a little bounce here at 35s. As long as that's happening, then we can play potential continuation down here to at least value low for another 20 points. See if this can flip. I am 2/3 out of my position from 60, looking for a secondary leg down potentially. But understanding that this is a very, there's a high potential for this to be the low into our value low here on our daily profile. Need to see ES show interest below this 40. Or sorry, this 400, like 395, 400. If there's no interest yet, then there's no interest, right? Same thing for NQ. Would love to see this offer hold from our sweep down from our 40 to 50. That'd be ideal for a continuation. This bounce here is expected, but now can we show interest where we just swept through? If this can hold, then we can look for secondary legs down. But if these guys get trapped down here, we'll have to be prepared for a potential bid like this. Right, we're just going to be watching the POC on this candle right now. Took off one more. Runner looking for like 605 below, if we can push below this value edge. For my ES enjoyers, we're pushing into target here. We've got some liquidity resting into this low. Should be looking to take a little risk off as we push down into this ETH low and this stacked imbalance on footprint here. Same with Russell into our next pivot. Expect a little bit of a bounce if RTY finds a bottom here. And then we look for a reoffer above. See if we can hold below value edges for continuation. Move stops down. Can get pretty volatile here into the 600, 610. This is our 15-minute VWAP. Yes, into target. Minutes until new 15s. Just watch your offer into this like 30 to 45 here on NQ. That's ideally where we hold on any sort of retest for a continuation with these lower highs. But I don't know how much more room we have short term. We've hit targets. We hit our little liquidity on ES here into 91 off this little stacked imbalance. I'm not going to be looking for expansion lower until we see ETH high go offer. Just is a really great target for our short trade until that becomes resistance. 20 seconds till new 15s. Got to get below 20s. There's a buyer trying this 15 to 20. Need to see like a very clear offer step down. We're going to do one last leg into 600, 605. This 15 to 20 guy continues to maintain. We might have to come back up higher first before we can go lower. See what they do here. Again, this 15 to 20 is where this buyer is resting right now. It's just eating up orders. I didn't mean to move that. Hmm. 15 buyer, very clearly willing to hold, rotating us back up to our offer here at 40. This has potential to go up to like 45.50 here. And they look for an offer for a trap. But if it flips, then that's all we get sell side for short term. So watch to see how we interact into here. Need to see a very clear like look in and then offer and then rotation down if it's going to do it. No matter what, like if you took a scalp here off of 15 to 20, this is your first risk off. It has to be. We watch to see if we trap or if this flips to supportive. I hate that it's showing up on this time frame. What the hell? Why is it doing that? Interval below. Since when do my drawings show up on the 15? Yeah. What spam callers do we have today? It's so nice not having the area code of my state. So I just immediately know who's a spam caller. Because they try to like emulate whatever your actual area code is, so you're more likely to answer the phone. Yeah, exactly, Surf. Mine's in Savannah, Georgia. That's my area code. But any call that I get from there is just an immediate block. Ain't no one calling me from Savannah, Georgia. That I know. Haven't been there in 10 years. So you should expect a little bit of an offer here into 60. And then we look to see if we can hold this edge on this look above. If we can, then we can rotate up back to our top of balance here off of a failure at our lows. Buyer was able to take in size at our 15-minute VWAP at our 15 to 20 and rotate us back up. Now we're watching to see what happens into our daily POC here at 60. We should expect, again, a little bit of selling pressure. That only makes sense. And then we watch to see if we can build here. If we can build here without flipping back below like we have drawn, then upside seems very likely with these sellers trapped at our lows and secondary buyers then stepping in on a recovery of our BAL, right? So that's what we're watching for right now. Again, ES hit target, came back down into this. We're watching to see for a very similar thing if we can flip this or if this is going to remain. I am unsure. Dude, that's crazy. I get like 4 maybe, but that's intense. All right, so this is how I played this, right? Off of the offer, and then looking to play off of this guy here from our sweep through at 60s, like we talked about. And then just playing it down into first target, second target. Then we see buyer step in. I then put my stop at 15s once I see that bid show interest there again. And then just play the rotation up. Just taking profit as we go. Once we hit target. So that's your full BAL rotation. Not expecting too much here. Probably a retest, if anything, back down to our BAL low. So it's not a bad area to take some profit off. If we can push over 70s, then we have the ability to potentially expand. But there's a good chance that we will need to show interest above this seller first. So now that we've bid back over, seen a very clear hold of our 50s, we've rotated up. We should expect a potential seller here and then an offer, and then a rotation back down to this buyer to show that they're serious. If they show that they're serious, then we look for a takeout of the highs wherever this is, and then we look for a ability to push above. If they can take out those highs, the upside is very likely if we are able to hold here at our low and then push over highs. Expansion is pretty likely. If we come into this high and the seller is still very serious and we don't see a buyer here, we'll watch for them to step us down, and then we'll play off of this as our offer for a rotation down. So it's just a balance trade right now, and we are into the top balance. Now it's a matter of what happens from here. The likelihood of a seller still being here is very high, as they have been here for a lot of the day so far, right? So for them to just completely disappear out of the blue doesn't really make sense rationally. So just watch as we push into this 70 to 80. If we can push over, amazing. Then we're going to need to see a very clear retest for you to feel comfortable, right? Because it's our daily value high as well. So this entire area just kind of makes sense for an offer to be located in here, but we need to see it show interest above these highs and a secondary buyer step in, or again, a bit of a rotation back down makes sense before we can continue onwards. That doesn't mean that we're bearish, just means that we need to see value shift. It doesn't need to happen, but it's pretty likely. So I'm not telling you to like risk off full, but if this fails and we step back down and then we offer back below 70s, there's a very strong likelihood that we'll have to at least come down to like 58s. Just keep that in mind. So just move stops up, see what we do here. The likelihood of us being able to break this is pretty high, because what do we have below? We've got some participants who are offsides, right? And we've re-entered the range. We've been able to push back up. So like it makes sense that we then take out the seller, but how we get there to take out that seller is not clear yet. It either can happen now or it'll happen in another rotation, would be my guess, if we can hold this low. So really just going to keep our eye out on this area. But having trapped liquidity below us is very helpful for fuel for a push. This is what I want to see us get through on ES. It's like 406, 408, where we absorbed last. Show interest above. That'd be cool. If not, then again, probably need to at least come back down the POC here, or we can go higher. We'll see what happens. How much time do we have left in this candle? A minute? Yeah, we'll probably get a decision then. It's gonna clean up our levels a bit now that we have a little more structure to play off of. Oh, nice job, Zeno. I'm glad you're starting to utilize that. Yeah, that liquidity there made sense, right? Like that's why it was our target there for shorts on ES as well. You just have to play around that liquidity until it flips. New 15s have opened, opening above POC on NQ. ES flat POC is here. No change yet. Need to get over this 406, 408, or again, a rotation at least down to 402 makes sense. See if we can build here or not. Building out between this like 70 and 80, and I think makes a lot of sense on NQ, trying to flag here. We show interest below 70s, high chance we rotate back down into this 40 to 50. Expect the bid to be resting there at 70 and a little bit of whiplashy action. But if we can see like a very clear offer there, then a rotation of balance makes sense, like we have drawn out on screen. Good look above, good holds of POCs so far. Very bullish. See if we can get some continuation here. The issue is like, there's not really much to look for higher on NQ until we show very clear interest over the 700. So this is just where we absorbed into our highs last time. So I'm going to need to see a pretty clear pop above this for me to feel comfortable looking for expansion. Until then, like it's just a pretty solid target into 690, 700. So I would just move up stops a bit more aggressively and see if we can breach or not. I think definitely building out here at our value high makes the most sense. But again, like if we can push over, awesome, right? I'm not mad at it. I'm only looking for shorts on a rotation back below 70s. From here, right? Because then it would be the same logic that we applied to our lows, which is like these participants are trapped off sides below our balance being this area here, right? So as soon as we re-enter this balance, we have to look for rotations up. So if we see someone get trapped up here into our highs, then we'll look for rotations once we look back into balance and then play it back down to our bow low, right? But as long as we're remaining above and showing interest outside, just stay in your runner. And then we'll watch to see if like these guys up here get trapped. If they do, again, we'll look for shorts on a rotation back in with this liquidity then being trapped off sides. And then we will play this balance rotation down because that makes sense. Until then, right, we're just expanding. And if we can show interest over 700s, then we're in a very good position for continuation. But I gotta see this guy. We need to see buyers show interest over these sellers that absorbed here. It's the same thing on ES, into this 410, 412. Very clear absorption up here into these highs. So need to see that become supportive if we want more. Things to keep in mind, Russell is pushing into VWAP, and this is always a great risk-off target on longs when we're below VWAP on Russell. It's always going to be my go-to. So if we can start to show VWAP on Russell as supportive, then that is a very, very good sign that expansion is likely. But if Russell VWAP continues to hold as resistance, then that weakness is still there in the market, and balance is probably going to persist, right? Russell hitting VWAP and rejecting over and over again is not a sign of expansion. It's a sign of balance. Hi, is the Hydra program an automated trading type bot or just for automated signals? It is an automated trading bot. Someone is manually trading and you are copy trading that person. So you're automatically being filled on contracts when he enters a position. That's what Hydra does. So when Braxton places trades, it places trades on every single person's account who has signed up for it. I think that's what you're asking. Yeah. We have two different automated trading systems with TFC. We have the C2 with Braxton, and then we have Easy Algos, which is futures auto trading. So it's algorithmic trading. So Hydra is more someone is manually taking these positions in options, and then Easy Algos is doing futures-based algorithmic trading. So a robot is creating signals and then creating a risk profile and trading on your account for you. So it depends on the medium you want. Yeah, I would look into both. The plan with Braxton's is very, very good. What I recommend people do is, if you like day trading and you're a manual trader, to trade with me live, get your props up, right? Make some money with props, and then put that money into the automated services so that you have some passive income coming in while you're building out your accounts. Yeah. If you like want more, you can just create a ticket in our Discord, and someone can like walk you through what best fits for you. Yeah, exactly. You don't have time to trade, so that's why we've created those. They're very hands off. I would say Braxton's is a little more hands off than Easy Algo. On with Easy Algo? Is that what you're asking? Oh, from Braxton. Braxton only trades when he finds a setup that has the risk reward that meets his criteria for everyone's account. So it could be once a day, it could be twice a week, it could be, you know what I mean? Like it's only if he finds something that he thinks is viable and worth the risk. So it's much more catered. I don't know, it's not the right word.
According to Nikkei, Japan's Shonogi plans U.S. antibiotic a plant with eye on Trump's tariffs.
Yeah, it's very risk averse, and he's very good at his job.
So further from Nikkei, Shonogi aims to begin producing cephalosporin at the factory, its first overseas production site, by January 2029.
Yeah, it's been a little rough. And again, like the easy algo side is going to be there's multiple strategies that Tom's built out, who's the one who runs that and builds out the strategies. But they can be pretty aggressive, right? So like it's purely based off of statistics. So it's going to be taking trades that you might not understand, but over time they add up to money. You know what I mean? Because it's algorithmic. It's all automated, and that's going to be trading a lot more than the options automated strategies. Now's a good time to look into it though, because I think that there's a deal where your first month is like only $10 or something. I don't know. I don't really follow too much, but I'm pretty sure that's still going on. Yeah, definitely hit them up. Make a ticket. They'll help you out. I almost think that the easy algo side is worth it if you are a manual trader, because you could have it doing your evals for you. So like if you're subscribed to easy algo and you're a manual trader, you could have easy algo pumping out evals for you while you're manually trading on a already passed account. And then if you like fail or if you blow up after taking profit and making a risk way too small on the account that you're manually trading, you already have an eval passed on your easy algo side, right? You just open up that one and then start manually trading on the one that you've passed that the algorithm was trading for you. Like I think that could be a really efficient system if you're a day trader. Something to think about. And hopefully you're not like failing prop accounts over and over again after passing, but like that is a system that could actually be pretty good. I know that there's some prop account guys who blow up on purpose after their first payout, and then just have like other accounts ready to go because they want to take out max profit. And when you take out max profit on prop accounts, your risk becomes pretty small because your drawdown is really small if you take out too much money. So they basically just take out like the biggest payout possible, and then they like leave themselves the smallest, the tightest risk before blowing up. And it's either then they basically just gamble on it with that leftover, and either they win and then they push it again, or it blows up and they take their profit out and then buy a new one with the payout that they got. I know that that's like something that people on Apex were doing quite a bit. Why they had to really tighten up on their rules. But if you think about it, like if you had like a bot that basically was able to pass evals for you, and you had them in the back burner, like that could be pretty good. Just a thought. You should make a ticket. I'm not the guy for that. I don't know the specifics of account sizes or anything, or what best works for those strategies. That's a Tom question. He'd be more than happy to help you though. Yeah, if you just join their Discord, you'll get the communication will be way a lot more streamlined. Let me see if I can find an invite for you. Oh, I don't have invite permission in Easy Algos. What the hell? Oh, you're in there already? Okay. Yeah, I would just hit him up in there. Oh, okay. You can still hit him up and just make a ticket in TFC, and he'll send you an invite and everything. You can ask him any questions. He's in both, so you're good. Yeah, yeah. All right. No change. Holding where we need to. 70 to 80, still holding us supportive, pushing into our highs now. Looks good, looks good. Russell still moving. We were able to push over VWAP, showing some interest above, back into our daily open range here, our 30-second opening range here, into our value high and 30-second opening range on Russell. ES looking above, looks okay. I'd love to see us be able to build here. If we can build, then we should be able to look for our second target at 17 and then 23 to take out this VPOC up here above. So we'll see. I expect a bit of a pullback here in a second with Russell into day open. There's a very clear resistance for us earlier. If we can push over this and show interest, we're going to be in a very good spot. But I think we're going to have to build out here a bit. See what they do. My dog sounds like she's up to no good. Other room. Might have to go check on her. We're testing our edge here on ES. Let's see if we can hold this flag or if they trap. We got our rejection into our 30-second opening range high on Russell. This is what we were watching for. Just this pullback, right? We expected this. Now we just need to see if we're going to be able to hold in this and bid off of it for a continuation up, or if it's going to be a pullback to VWAP. I'm unsure yet, but I'm going to be looking for a bid here. If Russell can find into this low, that would be ideal. Same thing on ES. Let's see if we can find a bid here. Let me change the color. This is probably hard to see. Sorry about that. If we can find a bid into this PVZ high, that would be ideal. And into our value high. I'm watching to see if a buyer can be found here into this edge and then come back up off of this. If we can do this move where we look into this low and then show interest back above 12s, that would be a good sign for continuation, especially if Russell can also find this bottoming here. If it can't, then all we're doing is trapping above, and then we'll look for our value edge to be resistance, and then we'll look to play this back down, potentially. So this is an important area. Should get a decision here in a second to let us know what the hell's happening as we are testing into highs. That being said, there has been no dramatic change on NQ, right? All we did was show that there's still a passive seller up here willing to take in, and we're still slowly climbing up, trying to create higher lows. If we can continue to do that, we're in an okay spot for continuation. We just need to see a bit more acceleration here. So far, it's pretty passive, but everything is still remaining in an uptrend. Trump doubles the reward for arrest of Venezuela's president to $50 million. What? So Russell, a bit pushing down a bit more than we want. ES still maintaining where it needs to, no issue. Just need to see Russell find its low, ideally into VWAP and then a bounce if it's going to happen. There's definitely someone getting absorbed on NQ into 700. There's been no change there. 700, 710 is still where offer is sitting. But we're just watching to see how much of a pullback we need. I really do think it's going to be dependent on where Russell finds this low. Ideally, again, it happens into VWAP and then we find a bounce. Same thing with ES here into our value edge at 410. Let's see what they do. We've slowed down quite a bit up into these highs, so we'll see. All right, this is RTY into VWAP. Let's see if we get a reaction. And then let's play a secondary move based off of whatever happens. Good initial reaction. Need to see more, though. Need to see a step back over like 13s on ES for me to feel comfortable. Would like to see Russell break downtrend ideally with that. NQ, there's nothing to do here other than attempt to short from 90 to 700 for rotations down, right? Playing the lower high, which I'm not incredibly interested in, right? You just be playing off of this as your risk, these highs to these lows, and then basically looking for rotation and a failure to get back above. I'm not incredibly interested in that yet. It's too slow for me to want to short, but I do see the setup. I just want to point it out with us entering back into value. So new 15s have just opened. This is that setup I was just talking about where like we're opening below value low and POC of previous candle. And as long as that's persisting, sell side has kind of the right to push us right back down short term, right into the bottom of balance. So watch our interaction as we push into this. Again, it is very clear that for buy side to have any merit, we need to step over this participant here, or this is your risk for shorts. So it's no problem trying to look for this, but if we pop over this and see a supportive hold, then upside is very likely, right? Like our seller now is positioning themselves for a potential lower high. They're trying to play off of the 700 level, and we're looking for rotations down. It's a little, like I said, it's too slow for me to want to short yet, but I do see the setup on the 15 with these trap buyers above. What is going on? My phone's going crazy. Been a long, like 2 hours, man. Feels like we've been here for a lot longer than that. Jeez. Yeah, definitely. POC on NQ is starting to shift up here. Developing just moved. I don't think it's confirmed, but it's definitely trying here at 90. At 90 offer, still holding. Just based off of our POC to value high of our previous candle. This trap liquidity. I think this will probably set up our next trade, if I had to guess. If, let's say, like this comes down and then offers this developing POC, rotation down to like 58s makes sense. But if we start to look above that 90 and then build, then upside feels pretty good. So just continuing to watch this 10 points above us for risk. Or at least this rotation down to our developing here. Again, I'm not a huge fan of this area on either direction, but you're playing off that 90 to 700 right now is totally appropriate. I just don't want to be trapped here in a short for 30 minutes while we wait for a decision to be made, personally. You know what I mean? I'd rather just wait for the secondary move after speeds come back into the market. But I want to make sure that you see what the risk is right now or where the sellers are. So that's what that profit loss this risk to reward is showing you is just where I believe sell side is trying to hold and maintain. Bid stepping over 700s, it will be I think pretty good for us if sell side can fails here to shift value down. If we step over this, it feels like bid will be in a decent spot. Most of our offer is sitting at 696, 700 on NQ, and on ES we have 510 contracts at 413 and 414.75. We have another 400 contracts there. So there's a lot of selling above on the offer. They haven't moved down yet. Still very passive. Looks like they kind of just want to wait to see what happens as we come into those. But I'm going to be much more comfortable playing a secondary move. But I do want to point out, we do have very clear absorption above. We have a seller trying to step down. It's just still very slow.
Good morning, everybody.
Hello. What's up?
Not much. Not normal. How's this rotations been feeling?
I mean, they were pretty good until, the slowdown on EU close. Now it's
Yeah.
pretty slow. Now that we're back up at highs.
See if we just auction up here if we keep getting them.
Yeah, that's what I told them basically. Is I see a short setup, but we're too slow for me to actually find it viable yet. And the longs can just chill up here, and sell side can fail to push lower, and then we just keep going because it's just kind of not worth right now until we see what happens.
Just watched that video you tagged me in.
Oh yeah.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Well, it's like every game ever now. It's
Yep.
actually disgusting. I don't know what they're gonna do as the industry.
Yeah, I don't know if they care enough. Especially for non-competitive games. I don't know if they.
Yeah. 'Cause it's literally every game.
Yeah.
And rampant.
All right, let's see what they do here into our 700 offer. They can step over and bid and get excited, or if we absorb here again. Same thing into our like 14 to 16 on ES. Need to show interest above, or this is just a retracement into our absorption and then a continuation. So watch to see if sell side gets a bit more aggressive here into our top, or if this holds and we can start to punish these guys who are trying to short and just in this very slow market. I need to see us very clearly step over 700 and then a bid happen for this to be viable. Or again, like all we're going to do is eat these guys up and then step right back down and then look for rotations if they continue to just stuff here. Need to show interest below this 90 or the bid will be resting here. Offer still's just sitting at 700, no change.
Surprised this Apple moved today. I didn't think the news was that bullish.
Tim Apple.
Thing is schmoving. I guess it's divvy on Monday. Nice. I mean, it's 26 cents. Yeah. But that's obviously just going to help inflow surf. I don't think that today's move is purely for just divvy positioning, but like it's going to hurt it. Surf, new Daniel Woods first ascent just dropped, man. Mm-hmm. Only a V14 though, they're slacking. Seriously.
Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Baker Hughes data. Baker Hughes total rig count prior 540 and oil rig count prior 410.
I'm talking to Rory and DMs.
Oh boy.
No crisp on the mic, man. You can hear me type now. Unlucky. If you're playing this 790 short, this is first risk off into bottom of range here into 680. I'm not, again, like it's just so tight and slow. Like that's not great yet. I'd much rather see like the look back below 670 and then play that down for a secondary leg after we confirm. Yeah, that is what it is. Like they're still offering this liquidity at 700 again. Like there's just no, like the offer's not stepping down. Like they're still just like advertising 700. And like on ES, like all that liquidity is resting up at 16s. Oh, you know what? Actually, they just moved to 13. So potentially something's happening. We'll see. Russell leading down here, looking into our ETH low after a VWAP projection. Let's see if this can lead our market down a bit. True, actually, it only goes up. Ay, ay, ay. New Discord icon. What are you talking about? I have a new profile pic?
No.
What? So confused.
Say it in Spanish, then, Roy. Well, we can translate.
Again, this is just like your first risk off if you're short off of 90 to 700 into our 80. We need to see the 70 to 80
Finance
to
is going to have to
flip
get the
for
Baker
anything
data
real.
prior for the total rig count 540, prior for oil rig count 410.
Smog.
I think he's talking about the
Oh, the
your
frame?
guy. Yeah, your guy.
Oh my god.
Discord transmog is just a crazy take, though.
Discord transmog is so funny. Jesus. I had to change it because someone with my name and my profile picture and my frame added me last night on Discord, and I was like, that was a bold move to friend request the person you're
Holy-
impersonating. So I changed it last night. The IRL screenshots last night was like, brother, you touched some grass. We can work on it over the weekend. I'm sure we can get you past it. Pandora 2 would definitely help. Just saying. But I'm sure you have a squad that can get through. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So you can definitely then buy 2 copies. That'd be huge. Yeah, just do some Lost City.
Apple shares extend 3-day rally to 14%, the highest since March. Finance is going to have to get shortly expecting the Baker Hughes data.
Merlin or a loon. Probably Merlin, because he'll actually use them. Offer trying to step down here at 80. Let's see if we can get through the 70. So important that we do this. We want to see Russell continue to show interest below this ETH low for rotation down. Same thing on ES, this 408, 410. Love to see that hold offer. We're going to get this secondary leg back down to our developing POC shift at 403. So let's see. Need to see them not stall it out here, or we're just going to stuff into this new 15 that's opening now.
$539 for total recounts, 539.
As we push into the 70, I really either like move stops down a bit more aggressively or take some profit off if you are in the short. We have to show interest below. Like, it has to be pretty quick, and then we need to reoffer it aggressively for me to think that this doesn't just trap into the bottom of our little range here. But if we can show it, then it'll be a really nice reoffer, I think, and then we can play this back down. But I think this area could be a bit volatile.
411 for the oil.
Okay, so here's your little sweep below. Move stops down a bit more aggressively, and let's see if we can hold this offer 70 to 80. Or rotations through. Again, target would be 60. We can get it. Watch Russell coming down into target now. If we can get a nice reoffer. This is just like going straight to target, right into our POC shift off of that failure there. So this is what we were talking about. As soon as we see that dynamic start to shift, it's like, okay, well, if we start to build below it, then it's going to be a reversion back to it. So this becomes target. This is where our last demand was found here at 58 off of this shift of POC up into our upper node, and then a very clear look below, offer, and then rotation too. So now we watch to see if we can now hold the 70 to 80 now that we've hit target. And if we do that, then we'll look for a secondary leg down, playing this balance to view up. So if this can now hold here, look for this rotation. Later, Will. Have a great day. Have a great weekend, actually. All right, pushing into our 70 now. Let's see what we do here. We'd like to see the offer be able to hold the 70 to 80, like I said, for that next leg down if it's going to happen. If not, then like any pop back over 80 is just going to trap this liquidity that was found at 60s. And then the rotation potential back up to highs and break of highs is pretty high. So let's see if we can make this lower high or not.
I need to take a phone call for just a second.
So we need to see price step back below 70 from this 80 hold if it's going to go down. If not, then again, like this is a potential recovery of our balance from the buyer that was at 60s. Got some trapped liquidity into 60, 65. Just right into our target.
So, it kind of.
He did not mute his mic. I'm going to mute him. Again, need to see this offer step below 70. For confirmation, 80 holding, but 70 buyer now here from our 60, 65, now 70s being trying to be supportive. Need to see these sellers step back down, or again, 70 will hold, we'll step over 80s, and then we'll rotate back up to our bow high from a failed shift of value. Watching Russell as we come back up into our ETH low and our value edge as we retest. Let's see if that can hold as resistance for that next leg down on ES, or if this is going to fail because RTY is able to get back over. Stepping below 70, but no speed yet. Watching to see if this offer can hold that lower high. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. All right, boys, make a decision. They're still absorbing into 60-70, no change. Damn, 150K for 40 bucks? That is a good deal. Let me post that in YouTube chat as well. New 15s opening now. No change in anything that we talked about. Need to see ES step over like this 410, or we're still just holding POC to value high of previous candle. Sell side still in control in that sense. Buyer very
Surely
clearly into our
expecting a Fed
lows.
reverse repo operation.
We are just watching to see if we can step over this 80 and actually sustain, or if this offer is going to maintain. There's been no ability to look back into our range as of yet. So, I mean, short side is still on the table. We just need to step below the 60 now for any continuation. If we can get below 60s, should see speed down to like 40, 45. But we got to get through this guy here who's absorbing into 60. They are attempting.
$21 counterparties take 80.303 billion dollars at Fed reverse repo operation.
There's no worse feeling than slow markets with the only short setups. Ugh. As we push down into this 40 to 50, move your stop down if you are playing off of the 70 to 80, please. Or if you're in from higher still from the previous short. I don't know how volatile it's going to be here as we push into VWAP, but you need to be ready for a potential bid to be stepping in as we push down into that. If sell side can actually slam this thing, then we have room. But I need to see it first. There's a lot of potential liquidity resting at this 40 to 50. We have a next leg down if we can breach through that, down to 610, 600. But this 40 to 50 down here, definitely someone trying to absorb. So I want you to be aware of that. Need to see the ability to actually push here. I hope Mario remembers that he's server muted when he comes back. That was a really good deal too. 150K for 40 bones. No interest below 60 once again.
Zelensky says national security advisors from Ukraine and allied states are to hold talks on Friday again. Furthermore, Zelensky says there's an understanding we could reach at least a ceasefire.
He's okay with the ceasefire? Hmm.
Can't believe my mute wasn't working. I also can't believe how long that phone call was. Thanks, Surf. Also, pest control companies are a rip-off, man. It's so expensive. Holy.
Dad, I just step away for a second.
We have a wasp infestation, Surf. I can't see the nests. I can't get to them. It was fine until Abby got stung this week. Now it's just time to raise hell.
Hoping that this liquidity is trapped above 80. See if we can actually offer 70s now and go down. That might be what we needed. If it doesn't work on this attempt, we can't get below 60 and show interest. After that liquidity above, I don't think it's worth trying anymore. But if we can hold these guys trapped off sides now, we should be able to show interest here on any sort of attempt and then pop down. That'd be my guess. But we're gonna have to see. Well, let's hope that that liquidity is now absorbed into that POC, and that we can actually move. We'll look below 60, let's see if they absorb. This needs to be pretty quick. They're still willing to just take it in.
Well, they're pretty big surf. One is like we have like a crack in our foundation that they're like in. And then the second one is on our garage. They're like in between like the faceboard and the rafters. There's like a little like expansion gap. So like I've tried to foam them out like a bunch of times, but I just like can't get in there. Yeah, well, I can't like actually get in the crack. We're talking like 1/8 of an inch openings, you know? Like uh, the one that's on the foundation, I've ripped a whole bottle into it. No, we own. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. She owns. Yeah. That was like a selling point when he was dating her.
Yeah. Cost me a lot more money than I anticipated. When I look back, let me tell you. Let me tell you. We were actually joking about that because like she got this place like 2020, 2019, and like the last like what 2.5, 3 years I've been here, we put more money into renovations than she had for the first 3 years. I'm just like redoing the whole house. Like, what the hell is this?
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right, like we gotta reject this, guys. Like this has to happen. If it doesn't again in 60s hold, like it's so not worth. Like this bid is just so clearly here at 60. Till that flips, it's just not gonna be worth. Russell leading up, pushing into VWAP. Watch for that rejection there. Get me out of here. Fortnite is adding proximity chat to Battle Royale. What could go wrong? Oh boy.
Saw that yesterday. It's exciting times.
Full rotation off of our hold of POC at low and rotating back up to value highs. 60 buyer was able to absorb. Rotation back up to our bow high. I am still not really interested in this, I'm not going to lie. Let's see what happens up here. If we can get over 700s, then I'll be a little excited. Same thing with 16s on ES. But, yeah. See what they do. Offer sitting 700.
A decent amount of underlines responding with these peaks as well. Nvidia over POC, Microsoft into value high. Apple still maintaining up here in the structure. New 15s.
Holy, get me out! Basically looking at this thing can like 3-bar on the 5 min on NQ and get over this absorption above. Or if this is going to continue to fail and then we have to rotate down. Not great.
Canada Prime Minister Carney says press on latest jobs data says wage growth now outpacing the growth in CPI.
New 15s have opened, holding our 700 value high of previous candle. Switching to see if we can push through this or not.
According to an official, the White House is to clarify misinformation on gold tariffs. Furthermore, the official says gold order to be posted in near future.
Good hold so far. Pushing into these wick highs, see if we can actually get through.
After that news, we are seeing some weakness in gold prices.
Good, good, good.
US stocks extend gains, Nasdaq up 1%.
We'd want this previous seller to be our flip now on retest here into like 708 to 700 on this retest. This is going to actually hold and not just trap above. Same thing on ES 14 to 16. Just like flip a pivot. If we can hold it, great. If it pushes back below and reoffers, then most likely a pretty solid short. But as long as we're sustaining above, we're good.
Wow. What makes you think that? Nice. Hello?
Who's Mario?
Don't know. Wish I knew.
Yeah, off that news. A lot of volume up here, not a lot of movement. The longer that we kind of like fail and just sit up here, the more a dip feels likely back down into that like 700, 708. Just off of a lack of interest. We got our bid, but there's a big chance for a lower high here if we don't see a bit more. A bid where we wanted, but not a lot of initiative as we need to get back over this like 1820. Yeah, like this would be nice. Or this like 720 here. Or I could see this like 14 to 20 being offer into new 15s. I keep an eye on this into new 15. It's in a minute 30, so I'm just setting us up for a potential plan. Again, we're holding where we need to so far. It's just the 700, 708 on NQ. Just need to see us pop over 720, show initiative, any sort of interest, or that should be your first risk off if you are playing off that edge. Very clear offer sitting up above here. If you are playing this offer, this is PT here, first PT into 700, value high of our NQ daily profile. Same with ES here into our value high. See if we can flip or if we hold. Again, need to get over 20s really for anything more. $700 holding, giving 10 points so far. Let's see if it can do anything else. We'd love to see a bid be able to maintain this 8 now and then pop over 20s if we're going to go up. Or, again, not much here. Need to see either like a break over that previous seller or a break below our previous buyer. So 700s and this 715, 720. crazy beta numbers.
Yeah, and that's just Steam, which is not the primary launcher.
Yeah, well, it's like
I would say it's
PlayStation?
probably third. Not well, EA. Like even for PC.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, think about even the PlayStation and Xbox numbers on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm sure there's over a mil. It was like third on Steam yesterday.
Just to let you know that the Trump meeting with the Armenian Prime Minister and Azerbaijan President is on the feed for you guys if interested.
According to CBO estimate, the US July budget deficit at $289 billion.
I had 0 crashes, Varg. My game ran perfectly.
You better knock on some wood, brother. Jesus.
Roy didn't crash either. Yeah, I did that.
Man, the slowdown in the afternoon is just not it. Oh, boy. All right, let's watch for a reoffer. Look below now on value. If you're in from 14 to 20, this is a great first risk off into 90, but we can get a potential secondary move down here. Value holds his offer on ES and NQ on looks in. We've got 3 minutes left in this candle, so I don't know. It's a little slow. This could do like a full retrace technically. Just gonna watch what happens into like 710. Are we looking? I'm not sure, man. There's very clearly someone taking in size above us, but like every sell attempt so far has been just absorbed like pretty quickly. So shorts don't feel good, and longs don't feel great. It's just like a continuation kind of day and let it play until we see sellers like actually step through areas. It's not very good. Right now we're watching to see if this guy at 90s is going to continue to defend, or if this offer can lower here into 710. There's really not much to say. I'm hoping that we get a setup in 30 seconds into the new 15. Yeah, just for right now.
NYMEX diesel September futures settle around $2.27 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline September futures settle around $2.08 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude September futures settle at $63.88 a barrel, up 0 cents or 0.00%. NYMEX natural gas September futures settle around $2.99.
It's just so slow, man. This is our offer on ES here into 16s, previous POC on the last 15 candle. Watching our 14 to 20 here on NQ to see if they continue to take in size or if we can flip it for supportive. But we really need to see this thing break, or it's just going to do the same thing again. Without any like initiative bids over, I just don't want to touch it. For NQ or ES? Yes, yeah. I really do think we need to look over 18. Because this to me just looks like this is where I feel like shorts are here. And I feel like they want to drive us down to here before we can actually move. But I think it's worth pointing out that you could try a really tight risk right below at 13 and look for longs up. But like your risk would have to be pretty tight here at our value edge, right? Just like this. And then you'd be looking for like 420. I do see this setup where you're risking like a point. But understand that like there's probably a sell here and it's going to be rough. So I'd much rather see like if you look at it like this on a fixed range, do you see what I mean? Where like I want to see us over this 18 and then hold these highs for upside for confirmation, or this could easily just come up in here and then sell to down. We look at this range here. So understand like we are attempting to build above our daily value high right now, but I need to see that interest over this 18. Yeah, it's just so slow. NQ still rejecting this 14 to 20. Again, need to step over and bid, or this is still just for that offer set. We're watching to see if there's going to be a higher low here, with ES being able to hold the value low of this little fixed range that we're trading in, or if this is going to flip after going into this pivot high and then rejecting, making a lower offer and then a rotation down. Russell testing into view up now. NQ after rejecting our pivot high, pushing down into POC of previous candle. Not a lot of points, it's 10, but it's your first risk off here into POC. This is where you look for a reoffer for a lower high. If it's going to happen, right? Just following our downside pathing on EOS. See if we hold now on this edge, 16s. It's so slow, man. Jesus.
Yeah, these last like 45 minutes have been pretty brutal. Pretty brutal.
Brent crude futures settle at $66.59 a barrel, up 16 cents or 0.24%.
30 seconds, 2015s. Get me out of here, man. You see what I mean, Fudge? Like, there's just like a lack of initiation on either side. Like, it just does not feel good. What's up, Rory? What's for dinner tonight? Probably leftovers. I went to a Yemen spot last night, and we ordered like a mixed grill for 4, and so I have so much food. Oh, many leftovers.
Varg, you can one phase witness with a bonk.
Today's generational buy. True.
Bro, that's literally my main.
Heads up, Trump has just arrived or come outside from the White House.
Okay.
So he was just walking in with the Armenian president, but no comments were made.
Get me out of here, bro. What the hell? Uh, like if we have no interest downside, we just go up. Like we just punished everyone who's here. It's just like, come on, man. Resolve.
Besant is to serve as the acting IRS commissioner temporarily, and that's according to the New York Times.
What could go wrong?
It here until final hour. Can't believe we still have an hour left.
This day is incredibly slow.
So a bit more further into this article, President Trump is removing Billy Long from his job leading the Internal Revenue Service just 2 months after he was confirmed as commissioner, according to 4 people familiar with the matter. According to the New York Times, current IRS head Billy Long is to receive an ambassador nomination.
Do-do-do.
I mean, I'm more surprised that you guys are surprised about that.
Head game. Full rotation from our NQ 14 to 20, like we talked about. Need to get over that for anything more. And ES, our high at 18s to 17 is still holding. This is first PT here into 13. Need to see this flip and offer for anything more. This is very slow, but we are still holding this range. We need to see a very clear sweep below for anything more. I've taken one off into 13. Two left. 17 average. It's not a lot of points, but it's something. How's my dog? Smelly.
Like a dog.
She's very
Why does
smelly.
this dog smell like dog?
And give her a bath this weekend. I took her to there's this doggy daycare like a block away, playing with other dogs. She like
Mhm.
actually reeks now.
Oh yeah.
Ugh. It's like an indoor dog, like take your dog before you go to work, right? Like so like they have something to do. But like it's like a fake grass inside there. So they're just like rolling in like their
Piss.
own piss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Shower at the end should be included.
So looking at the live stream now, we can see the cameramen are just outside the office and looked about go in right now. So we'll keep you up to date.
But it's kind of cool because there's a live stream
Oh,
of the
hell yeah.
daycare. So at any point,
Aw.
I could just like watch them fighting, playing around in there.
That's cool. I bet she likes it too.
Yeah.
Probably having a good time.
That's probably such a chill job, just like hang out with dogs all day.
Yeah, until it's not.
Yeah, true. Yeah, until you have a bad one. Oh no, cat pee is the worst, man. It smells so bad. We had a cat growing up that wasn't spayed, and it would do like the pheromone pee. Oh, it's the worst.
We had one of those too.
Oh, I'm
After that
sure.
cat died, it was no more inside cats.
Yeah. Yeah, like check this out. But yeah, inside area and an outside area. But you can just, this is just like a sample video of it, but you can, like once you once you drop them off, they give you like a link when you sign in. Then you can see it. I don't know, it's like apparently it's a chain. They're all over the place. I'd never heard of this.
Dogtopia. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've never heard of that either. But that doesn't mean much.
Yeah. There's another place that just opened that's called, what is it called? It's like a dog park / bar. Very
Interesting.
yeah. Similar concept. Oh, Taps and Tails. This place looks cool. Yeah, might go there this weekend. They've got a doggy daycare as well, or you can just like get drunk.
That's a better business model.
Yeah.
Holy. That's funny.
Super cute. Like 9,000 square feet is no joke. Pretty cool. Indoor, outdoor play space. It's just a little bit further away. Still downtown though. I don't know. I'll have to check them out. I just heard about that place after I found Dogtopia. I'll see that message in 20 minutes, Varg.
7.
They're wrong. Wrecked.
I would feel bad, but I don't know if Varg can actually count that high, so he might just be incorrect with his questioning.
Mm-hmm.
That's my take.
I was just saying that I dropped it. This place is like 2 blocks away, Surf. It's like a little doggy daycare for everyone who lives downtown. And that my dog smells like just like the worst right now after doing that. Need to give her a bath this weekend. But then that second place is like a 9,000 square foot dog park that's also a bar that I found that's maybe like, I don't know, 10 minutes away. It's kind of sick. Maybe go there this weekend. Yeah, there you go. Yep. We call that the sauce playbook.
Traveling the world, man. He's actually been back, and then he said like, "Is Mark still around?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Okay, I'll see you. See you in a month. We'll check in again." He's intimidated by you.
Did your kid learn any new tricks, Surf? Oh, nice. It was like a ball. How big was the drop in? Just like a. Okay, yeah, yeah. And that was always terrifying. Remember when I was first learning to skate, I was like, I don't know. So it was a huge hurdle for me, personally. Yeah. I mean, you're like actually falling. It's like your body does not understand why you're doing it. Back up the top of ranges here, but guys, let's see if we can pop or if it's just gonna offer again. There's nothing really new on footprint to play off of. It's just the same. We'll look above, see if it can maintain. Decent amount of size being taken in so far. I need to see a very clear look over these 18s before we look for the long, and then we use this as our risk. This is not a long yet. Same thing on NQ. Need to show like actual interest over 20s for that to play. Then we use this as our risk.
According to the Wall Street Journal, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is leading the search for the next Fed chair.
There's a little excitement in that. Reoffering 20s, seller still sitting there, eating pretty quick.
Furthermore, the Wall Street Journal, citing sources, says new candidates for Fed chair include James Bullard and Mark Summerlin.
See if the market likes that.
Furthermore, the Wall Street Journal, citing sources, says Trump's team is reviewing new contenders to be the next Fed chair. So just to let you know, we have put out the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested. The Wall Street Journal cites senior officials on the Fed chair list.
I know it's not much, but this is first risk off. You're playing off of this rotation on ES, just between your 17, 18, 50 reoffer, and the rotation back down. Again, need to step below 13s for actual breakdown, I think. Until then, you're just in this range, kind of miserable, but nothing is invalidated. Let's see if bottom of balance persists, or if we are able to actually break out of here. Full rotation, like I talked about, need to get below this 13. Should be at least where you're moving stops down, just in case we do rotate again. Oh my god, a little movement. Blessed. You know, the market's cooked, but I'm happy about 5 points. Yes.
Yep.
See if we get a reoffer here into like 13 to 15. so slow. Okay, so this is next PT here on NQ. Let's see if we can get any more, or if we find a bid here again into this POC value low where we bounced last time in this rotation. Need to see us very clearly under 90 and offer for more short term. Is the Battlefield beta just open this weekend?
Yeah, so like yesterday and today, yesterday and today is just early access. And then this weekend it'll be open for everybody. And
Oh,
then
like
I
full
think
game, you mean?
no, like to play yesterday you had to have an open beta. That would be the right
Oh, okay, open beta, got it.
yeah. And then next weekend it opens again. But even I thought that they were going to for the closed, like the early access, quote unquote. I thought that it was only going to be like EA Pro subscribers, but all you had to do was basically watch a Twitch stream for 30 minutes and get a coupon.
Oh,
So
really?
it was basically open. Like,
Got it.
it's not hard to get in.
Yeah, I mean, with 300,000 people on in Steam alone, I
Yeah.
wouldn't imagine it was hard. If I have time this weekend, maybe I download it. I don't know. But I'm definitely not buying the full thing.
No, I wouldn't until it comes out anyways.
So, I know I'll play it for a day and then never play it again. Like every Modern Warfare game since.
Yeah.
No interest.
The best way to do it is to you have to wait and see if EA like has other games that like are interesting, but just to do their
pass. Yeah.
because it's like $100 for the year for like the top one. So if there are multiple games, it's just worth it. Granted, then you don't own them, so you can't go back if you lose it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I wonder if it'll be on. No, it won't be. I was gonna say the PlayStation Pass, but so I think I have that.
Maybe, I don't know.
I got a PlayStation to replay Last of Us and turned it on once to install it, and I've never turned it on again. Huge.
There you go.
It's very classic. This is the slowest sell I've ever been a part of. Oh, what a miserable trade.
There you go. ES is just gonna rocket off this POC test, though. I can
And-
feel it.
There's potential. This is my target. All right, as we approach into our flow of our target here, understand that we have a potential liquidity pocket here into 408. Watch to see if we find anything here. This should be pretty telling. Again, that's full rotation for me. We are now into our liquidity pocket. This is either going to be where like the bid rests or we flip it and then we retrace a lot of the day, I feel like. So keep that in mind. Be a little bit more aggressive with stops. what we have going for us is RTY had a very clear triple
According
top,
to the CFTC, speculators cut bearish dollar bets to lowest in 4 months.
and it is still falling. So as long as RTY is falling, we're in an okay spot. But keep in mind that value low is just at this 24.5. So there's a potential for a bounce here. See what our Russell does. If we get any more movement, or this is it. I think if we continue to see weakness on RTY and ES can get through this pocket, we have room to 70 on MNQ, and we have room on ES to, what is this, like 6402, 6405? Oh. So this is just a retest of our pivot here. So this would just be a test of these lows, whatever this is, yeah. If we can get below this, then we have a bit more room. But really going to be keeping our eye on what happens into RTY value low here. Yeah, so again, this is kind of our pivot on both. Russell at our value low edge, finding a little bit of a bid, not anything crazy, but very strong reaction off of NQ and ES, off of our pivots here, 77s and our like 404 here on ES. Let's see if Russell can get a little bit more. We saw how reactive NQ and ES were with that just little bit of liquidity coming back into RTY. If RTY can't hold our value edge and it actually pushes lower, then sure, we keep going down, but just keep that in mind. This is our pivot. Again, I don't think the market really has any like legs to stand on if Russell continues to fall. So like the PVZ trade here on the flip of our supportive value to our reversion to our POC here, that is now fully played. So you would need to flip this. If we can flip this like 78, 80, whatever you want to call it on NQ and show it as offer, this POC, then we have room down to 40, right? Our value low where POC is, and our PVZ value low as well as our daily. But we're going to need to see this very clearly shift. This is just a reversion to POC. right now. Looks like we might be able to get a decent reoffer into MOC with this structure on the last candle, potentially. And playing off of this. Watch this.
One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance.
I don't know how much merit any of these levels are going to have with how slow this push down was into MOC. We might just go right back up to that balance. I have no
10
clue.
seconds.
Find out shortly. There's very clearly a seller sitting above here into 90, but we gotta push.
Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, sell side 50 million, Nasdaq 100, buy side 228 million, Dow 30, sell side 43 million, Mag 7, buy side 133 million.
Like even MOC has no liquidity. Holy.
Welcome to Friday.
Russell, really strong push down here. Off of the flip of our value. Yes, still holding. No change. NQ still holding. No change from target. Just watching our reoffer points for anything. See if they hold this or flip it. Yes, pushing into our reoffer point here into 409. Again, just watching to see if they flip it or if this holds. Watching for a looks in and then looks back out. NQ leading up. Russell testing into our value edge. Good hold so far on flip. Rotating back up to R20. Same thing on ES. Do they give us any more? It's a little violent here.
And Trump is arriving now.
$93 is POC here. 700 is our pivot. Just watching to see if we can hold this area on retest. Or if this flips, keep in mind Russell is back into value. Trying to hold now on retest. I feel you.
I'm a little surprised, but always next week. Hell yeah. I mean, we'll be zooming. Where are you going? Going up north, surf? Are you going east? Silverwood. East. Oh, you're just like not quite to Big Bear.
Just filled my first 5 there into our wick highs into 12 off of our 700 hold. See if we can get over this 20. I'm out 5 more here into 18. 20 offers holding. I try to leave runners at 700. I'm fine if it fully retraces on me here. Taking off 2 sets of lots.
30 seconds.
Just full range rotation there.
How much is a California fishing license? Or is it ridiculous? That's a little redonkulous.
Taking off 2 contracts here into 24. Looking for the look above and hold now, if we're going to get it.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
Minnesota year is $20, man.
Money's still pretty hard res.
Apple shares notch best week since July 2020 with a 13% gain.
Nice closing rotation on ES. I'm pretty bullish hold for the week, but I gotta go get my trout stamp surf boundary water trip next month.
Just filled another into 30, 1 left, or 2 left. These fuckers always do the move at close.
Yep.
I don't know if we get any more. Russell might be at resistance here into VWAP. No change on NQ, no ability to lift over 18. Same as before. Or sorry, yes. Like, I don't want to hold the runner for 55 above, but I also don't want to sit here for 20 minutes. So if it doesn't happen, like, now, I'm just going to exit, call it a day.
I'm gonna boogie out of here.
Peace.
Goodbye. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.
The Nasdaq notches a record high close for the second straight day.
Later, surf. All right. Yeah, I think I'm out of here. I don't really care. Or do I just put a stop on this and either it fills or my limit gets placed? Hmm. Oh, maybe it happens now. Are they baiting me to stay for an extra 5 minutes? Peace. Later, Rocket.
Trump says we will have some more information on Russia-Ukraine later.
All right, I'm out of here. You guys have a good one. If it goes to target, you're looking at like 45 and 55 above. But I can't be bothered to sit here.
Trump reiterates he's working to end the Russia-Ukraine war.
Very nice hold at our right at our PT for our sell from our hold here, and rotation flip below. Recovered our balance low, rotated up. Remember, it's a classic. We have trapped liquidity below our balance. We have a look above our balance low. We then hold it, rotate up to our sellers that are known, rotate back down into our value low, and then take out highs. As soon as we take out highs, we then use this as our risk, and then we play it up. Yeah. It's a classic. Very slow action in the afternoons. Pretty sad. Yesterday was nice. Thought we would get more than a day. But, you know, you guys have a good one. I will see you all Monday. Have a great weekend. For those that are still hanging out.